Hello. Hello, Joza, Jamun. Let me get rid of that. Pro Pincus, Nora. Bellatrix. Soul Samurai, how's it going? Trayla. Is it pathetic to say I was so nervous about oversleeping and missing the start of this that I had dreams about it? No, that's actually very sweet. I'm sorry you lost sleep, but that's very sweet. I'm very flattered you enjoy these streams enough to be that nervous about it. And you didn't. We're all here. We're all set. How's it going, guys? Ramuki, Citrica, Pencholo, Carps, and how's it going, everyone? Welcome in. And for real, we are actually finishing the game today, no doubt about it. We literally have, like, less than a couple hours left, so we're easily gonna finish it. And I need to do my tier list for it as well. I think I have it bookmarked. Yes, I do. So we'll do a tier list when we're done as well. We got it all set. And it'll be great. I don't know if I'll do it in backlog too. Either way, we are all set. Is Messi the GOAT? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. How's it going, Roggle? Welcome in. You're back for the perfect time. You're back for the perfect occasion, because we are right at the end. I think it was it was a bit of a cliffhanger, but it was the right decision to end last week. We had streamed like 5 hours, 10 minutes, 5 hours, 20 minutes, something like that. And I didn't want to make it so that I was exhausted for the end of the game, you know? If there's one stream I cannot miss this entire playthrough, it's this one. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. How's it going, MK? How's it going? The ominous music, yeah. I guess this is the one we have back in the stream for now. NG plus RNG, how's it going? Liar. Scrap my assignment, I'll finish it later. It is time? Okay, let's get started then. For the sake of your assignment, if nothing else. We will jump to the second game after we finish this one. We'll see how it goes. I do intend to, as long as there's a decent amount of time, but who knows? I could be emotionally overwhelmed. I could be just, I don't know. That is something I would like to do, but it's not a for sure thing just yet. We'll see how it goes. What's the name of this track? I have no clue. Messi and Usopp are so similar. Video essay. Okay, let's go. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. I will definitely be emotionally overwhelmed, so we'll see if I do the second game. At the very least, I'll want the introductory cutscene and dialogue. I think. We'll see. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Right, we did the cat flap thing. Let me see that print again. Crikey, governor. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't have possibly witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Fanzeeks, that's a minor. How dare you? Oh, thank you, GS4. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Music cue? Oh no. Silence. Order! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. I killed him. That is true, Astro Jellyfish. Welcome in, by the way. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true, but that's all. Yes. In fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Good God. Oh, sorry, I forgot about his voice. Okay, sorry, I'll do the voice. I forgot about it. I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Nice. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon. Not only did you give false testimony to the courts, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. Oh crap, I gotta think. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. I don't really know it. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely... Okay. The peephole is... No, we've already done the peephole. The third gun. Oh, the bloodstones. It's the bloodstains on the coat, because that was 2 months ago. Yeah, I think it's that. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat! That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could he possibly have known that? Oh crap, I gotta think, is such an essential part of the Ace Attorney's experience. That's me, like, within the first half hour of every Monday. Obviously, I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Was that, bro? Was that? The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Oh, the dramatics. Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we got through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Tell him.
Objection!
Ugh. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. Huh? How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? What is going on? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. What is going on with you? There's really nothing else I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. It's not the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Least sus Gregson moment. Based Van Zeeks, but when is he not? How's it going, Oratorio? Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Get him, Van Zeeks. Welcome in, first time chat, welcome in. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by someone else.
Objection!
Oh yeah, I guess I did forget about the racism. Sorry, that's when he's not based. That's true. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who's the person in question, counsel? The most sus person in this entire court. In a court that also contains good old Eggert. Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? The guy who literally just tried to bolt.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. I actually don't know the evidence. I've forgotten the evidence, but he is just too sus for it not to be him. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Oh shit, I have to do proof. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with a great urgency during our... Ow. My tea is not cool enough to drink yet. That is hot. Holy shit. During our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Not Geggy. Are you suggesting that until such time that he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. How's it going, Absabius? It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with the knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Thank you for the follow. Helenita? Yeah, they had that scene where they were big whispering. Like, that was literally just telling me, yeah, keep an eye on Gregson. Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time the two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Oh, me too. I love the orchestra for this one as well. Sorry, the orchestra, the OST. I really enjoyed the OST for the original game, but I've been saying from the start, this is a bit of a step up in terms of, one, how it sounds. Two, it appeals to my personal taste a bit more. The strings, the brass, the sort of, more classical style. But it fits the atmosphere of the game so perfectly. Yeah, whispering in view of the whole damn courtroom. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Van Zeeks, bro. Asia Core Music Edition? True. I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? Angelo? Okay, cool. I will try to remember that. If I forget, please just remind me. But I think I'll be able to. There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box at the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Yeah, a little bit strange. A little bit, you know, a little bit sus. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Chomp chomp, munch munch. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? How's it going, Haylocks? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for the details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. The disc? The disc with the code for confidential information? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Oh, me too, Pancholo. That sort of begrudging way in which he definitely has grown to respect Ryu and his deductions, and ultimately he sides with him here, because at the end of the day, all that matters is not his personal agenda, his own personal pride or that he wins. It is discovering the truth. I really like that about him. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. Sounds good, Tompiet. Just to let you know, it's not a for sure thing that will start Great Ace Attorney today, but it's probable. It's very probable. I just don't know. Depending on how this game ends, I might just be tired or exhausted or overwhelmed. But that's the plan for right now. But just so you know, it's not set in stone. And I am going to do a character tier list after this case, or after this game. Andres, how's it going? Happy Monday. Peak attorney. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The whole country, like national conspiracy. The court must see proof of this alleged deal. I think it's the disc, right? If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Sounds good, Tom. And yeah, like I said, it's probable that we'll play it, at least the beginning. But we'll see. We'll see if he dies from Peak. We will. Yeah, I think he, I agree, Angelo, and I think he, in that way, is a very accurate product of, or summation of the times. Man, this sweater really makes me look orange. Goddamn. Of the times, while also being very flawed and human and but also having that nuance to him as well. Like, he isn't... There are lots of things you can decry him about as a person, as a character, but there's some things that I find quite admirable about him, and he's just overall engaging and human, and, like I said, an indication of the times. It's a disc about how rigged FIFA is for Messi. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, for sure, Propangist. I think this game stands on its own for sure. I think this game is, like, in a lot of ways, a big coming of age for Ryu, because, like I've said before, the pace is very deliberate, and the way it focuses on the characters, it's very deliberate, but within, it seems like it doesn't. I don't know how to explain this. It feels like Ryu's maturation as a lawyer, just this one game, which is like 30, 35 hours or however long this game is. So I guess it's low-key in terms of the scope, but it's very scrutinizing. Like, it goes deep into those details in a really effective way. And it's definitely its own story, top to bottom. It's definitely comprehensive. And we'll see as it concludes. But it does also feel like the lead into something, the foundation. So I think both of them are true. I think it's definitely its own story, but it also feels like, yeah, there's gonna be, this is the foundation for a lot of things to spring off of in the next game. The best coming-of-age story? Well, coming of age is so broad, you can apply it to so many things. By default, I mean, in a lot of ways, Hunter x Hunter is a coming-of-age story for its two main protagonists. Haikyuu is very much coming of age. So there you go, those two. How's it going? How's it going, Patchface? How's it going, Patchface? Thank you for the 3 months. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Just let us know where you want that to go towards, or what you want that to go towards. Ping Pong the animation? Ping Pong is an amazing coming of age. This game got a bad first reception in Japan because it didn't answer all the overarching questions, which makes me sad because I really love it on its own. Oh, wow. That's too bad. It's because it's clearly... I would be... Honestly, I'd be annoyed if it answered every overarching question, because then there would be less hooks for me to be interested in the second game. I obviously would be regardless, but... It has Herlock Sholmes, so it's peak? Hell yeah. Like a very in-depth prologue into the man who is and will be Ryunosuke. I can't wait to see where he goes as a character. Hunter x Hunter for sure. How's it going, Hornsvan? Best coming of age that's hyper-focused on the development of a main character. Exactly, Oratorio. I totally agree. I think each case contributes in large part to Ryu's development and progression and confidence as a lawyer. It's very deliberate in that way. Case 1 is the introduction. Case 2 is where he has to become central because Kazuma dies. Soseki is very important. The McGilded stuff in Case 3 was really important to trigger his sort of like the stimulus for change. Cool, Horns fan. We'll continue in a second. So the best story that's hyper focused on coming of age for one of its characters. Let me think. It might be... I might be forgetting some. Tea's still hot, but it's drinkable. I'm I might be forgetting some, but let me see my top 100. Hold on, one sec. Ooh. Okay. I think it qualifies. Final Fantasy IX. I think it qualifies, given that criteria. It's a very abstract coming of age, but it definitely is a coming of age IMO. All right. Okay. Yes. It's the missing link that will join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Council. Berserker is a coming-of-age story, at least the Golden Age arc. Yeah, but Andres was asking in terms of, like, hyper-fixated on it throughout the entire narrative, I think. Whereas I think Golden Age in itself is the main arc where that's the case. But I wouldn't say it's applicable throughout the whole series. I must press you for an answer now, Council. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? I think it's the disc. I think that's the only thing it can be. Where is it? Yeah, I think this is it.
Take that!
I hope so, Andres. Inspector Gregson! Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? Oh, yes, this is true. They've been talking about it very overtly for ages. What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Oh, I hope you enjoy the end of Amori, MK. That is, honestly, the last few hours of Amori are the peakest of peak fiction. They are just, it is unbelievable. So, that's honestly, I'm not exaggerating when I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying that could be like one of the standout moments of fiction for you. If you've enjoyed it so far, it could be one of the highlights of your fiction experiencing journey. So, oh boy. Be excited for that. I would agree that it's a coming-of-age antagonist, but I wouldn't agree that it's anywhere near the best one. Like, I think Otagaido's decent, but nothing more than that. Hey Rockstar, I'm good. How are you? Is it possible that this other top-secret case... Oh, that's really interesting, Andres. And Burmecia, you haven't even you haven't even made much headway into FF9 overall. And Burmecia stuck out. That's really encouraging. Thank you, Hugs. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing well. And I'm glad you're enjoying Umineko, Nora. Is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here. See, Patchface, I was considering Umineko, but I don't think that coming of age is quite as hyper-fixated on as Andres was looking for as a theme. But I mean, you guys know how I feel about Umineko. And I like Final Fantasy IX better than Ava, which is why I said it. But I would agree, Ava's an amazing coming of age. Okay, yeah. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleedin' Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that, encoded on the pair of discs that were in Mr. McGilded's possession... Bleeding Nora, nice. Coming of age, what does coming of age stand for? It just means, like, a story of maturation, where a character goes through immense progression and sort of grows up throughout the course of the story. Oh, thank you, Jaman. I might look into that. Yes, Gurren Lagann is definitely a coming of age. Definitely. But I like Final Fantasy better than it. which is why I answered that. And yeah, that could just apply to the first 15 episodes rather than the whole series. I could see that. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Gray. Holy shit. In which you exchanged the disc for the details of the case. You little... Ah! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. No, I wouldn't, Ramuki. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilded's down to... Oh my god. To the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. I've been a football fan for almost 20 years, Rockstar. No, don't give it to him. That's mine. Sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yo, what a banger. Scotland Yard already knew it at the time, that Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Holy shit. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of that myself. I realized that it was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs... Holy shit! The brass? The strings? You did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No, God! Oh my god.
Objection!
I loved it. I loved yesterday, Rockstar. I'm not Argentinian, but I loved it. And I stress if this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? Oh my god. As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Yo! Oh my god, that breakdown! Holy shit, this is so good. Good gracious, then you mean to say? Oh, I love the Oikawa and Messy fan art. Beautiful, MK. I can't wait to talk about it on Wednesday. The new Oikawa arc. Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
I'll believe it when I see it, Ramuki. I shall believe it when I see it. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely, they could have only struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from his witness stand since. Thank you, Soul Samurai. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Noradora. Thank you so much. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? Oh, the music, no. No. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's agreed to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you were severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty... is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. Queen. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Uh-oh. Very well, Counsel, I know the implications, so let me tell you one final time, or ask you. Yes, my lord? Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Okay, he's agreed to it. So I think it's probably not with him. I don't want to withdraw it, though, because what Van Ziek said is true. It's probably in the courtroom. So search someone else? Maybe Brayden? The defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, wait. I said on someone else, did I not? Okay, I did. Don't say you weren't warned. Well, your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. No, wait. Would it be on Graydon? That seems like it might be stupid. Did they put it somewhere else? Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well, then.
Objection!
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. You probably should have said that earlier, just in case. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Oh, the grin. The grin? Dare I say the Phoenix-esque grin? Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost at last, have you, Sunshine? I like the detail of the small clap as well. He chucked it into one of Iris's cat doors? Ooh. The court shouldn't have put up with his nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Queen! Runo's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should just respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Tell him. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. British being misrepresented, but it's okay. Hello, Hannah. Gregson was all smug and confident until Ryu suggested it might be on someone else. Yeah? Because we're right. Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Hold on. Okay, no. No. Maybe? No. One of them? It could only be either those two or Graydon. council who... It seems to me like Graydon's too obvious. Big swig of tea. Give me a sec. Okay, so process of elimination, let me go through this again. No, 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 no. Maybe, no, no, no. And it could be one of these two. Is there an opportunity he could have done that? Gregson was... I'm pretty convinced, actually, that it's not Graydon. Why would you leave it on your accomplice? Why would you do that? That makes no sense. So it's got to be one of these two. No hints, please, guys. Please do not tell me any hints ever unless I ask when I'm playing a game. See, this is the problem when there's weeks in between events in the same case. Because I'm sure it's one of these two, and I'm sure there was an event, some sort of interaction between Gregson and one of them. What's the order? Okay, this is what I'm doing it by. Apologies if this is frustrating because I forgot the actual interaction they must have had. Either him and Nash or him and Ringo. But what is the order of the witness stand? I think it is, like, who is he closer to? I think it's Gregson, Nash, Ringo, because Ringo's the shorter one. In which case, by proximity, I might go with Nash. I'm not asking you. I'm just talking out loud. Please do not tell me. So by proximity, if I'm going by that, he would have had the easiest chance to do it with Nash, I think. That is horrible reasoning, but I'm going with it.
Take that!
Oh, that was right. Okay, let's see the actual reasoning that I missed that was the reason for why it was him. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Blimey? Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff! Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my... It is him. He's right next to him. Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Oh, this is awesome. This is true, Halox. This is true. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Oh my god, Van Zieks is so based. Outside of racism. Hey! In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. He's putting respect on our name. He's putting big respect on our name. But Lord Van Zieks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah! Bailiff, carry out the search. Now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. I kind of believe him. Nothing about no disc. Do I believe him? I don't know. Cut it. Oh, okay, maybe I don't. I can't tell if he's in on it. I assume he isn't, but maybe I'm wrong. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket, I found this. SpongeBob me. Good lord, that's... Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. Oh, they're in deep shit now. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not Inspector Gregson? Oh, the organs. Ah! Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, just Gordon Flamin Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God, I believe him. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. Okay, let's see. This is the part that I missed. I don't recall what unusual behavior. And I just used it because he was standing next to him. During my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon... Ah, there we go. I see. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. Thought he was noggin. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off. I did. I was wishing I was born as me brother. I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just... Oh, right. He just did it randomly. Yeah, you'd think someone would have noticed something like that happening. Thank you, Propankist. The reasoning worked. I mean, it would have been Ringo if he was sitting there, if he was standing there. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's throbbing even now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. You're not, Angelo. Most people in chat have said they really like them. Gregson's got that sleight of hand, absolutely. He's like Huel. Really? That's hilarious, Riley. Yeah, most people like the Skulkin brothers. I find them endearing as well. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it? You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? To hide the evidence? This is a court of law. He should have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? Because he needed the disc. His current assignment has some special conditions. Recover the medium and do it hush-hush. Okay, got it, yeah. Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. Good God. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean you only pretended to attack him in order to get close enough to him? To slip the disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged ideal? Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon! Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You what? Ooh, my controller was vibrating like mad. The hardest egg to crack. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Why would he do that? Why would he admit to that? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I would declare this and nothing more. I imagine in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guide and light when you're making your decisions. The mouse. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Oh my god, his pet mouse, I like whoever that is. It's juror number 6. Top 5, TBH. The mouse is top 4. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. The mouse is cute. It is Santy. How's it going, Santy? Gregson using their nationalism during peak Imperial Britain? He is shrewd. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Juror number 6, number 1 character? Okay. Why are you spoiling my tier list? Oh no! Why even do it at all then? Juror number 6, triple S? Mouse, quadruple S? Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. That's kind of cute. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. We're back into a corner. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? Unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus not presented to the court. If it comes to it, I might just see all the ones we've used in court so far. That might not be the best thing to do. How's it going, Yer? The projectile, right. We examined this already, I think. Sorry, I'm just making sure for McGilded. We still haven't connected it to McGilded properly. Okay, we examined it there. I don't know. Okay. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Aruno. You have to throw some evidence at them. He pauses on the gun and says, maybe if it comes to it. This is it now. If it all comes down to this, who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Oh my gosh. Okay, so it's either... So it's either proof that Graydon killed Windibank or stole those secrets, or evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. I think I gotta figure this out now before I actually make the decision. Proof that Graydon killed Windibank, or proof that Gregson admitted that he struck a deal. Okay, one of those two. I'm not leaving it to the jury, that's for sure. I don't think that the cat flap... That's the blood for McGilded. Say, who do you fancy, Gregson or Graydon? Van Zeeks. Okay. So this is the one that had a secret for McGilded. A second movement. The comb's teeth are all the same length. I mean, the very fact that this exists proves that there's some shady shit going on, but like, can we connect it to Gregson? I mean, Gregson had the second disc, he put it in the guy's... He was clearly trying to hide the second disc. I think Gregson's the choice. Because we would have proved it by now if, I think if Graydon, if we could totally implicate Graydon for the murder. Okay, there was that. Okay, I think that's all. Okay, I think it's Gregson. I think it's Gregson. Okay, yeah, I think it's Gregson. But hey, it's only 1 out of 5, if I get it wrong. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Shit. What's that, then? Hey, Offie. I'm stumbling through the case a little bit, but I mean, we're making progress somehow. If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Okay. That's a clue. Go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence. Okay, so it's something we have to examine thoroughly. So no. Process of elimination. No. 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 No, we're done with the blood sample stuff. I don't think it's this. I don't think it's this either. I think we're done with all these tickets. I think. McGilded case notes. Maybe stick a pin in this. I'll remember that just in case. This, I think, ran its course. Autopsy reports, no. No. Floor plan, no. Windibank's gun, I think that's fine. No, I don't think the gun is relevant because we're talking about the deal, not the murder. So none of this is relevant. I don't think so. Thank you, guys. You guys are being very sweet. Thank you. I think I got it. I think I can do it. So maybe the music box disc, but it says, he said to analyze it thoroughly, or examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. This, what can you do thoroughly, aside from for McGilded? I'll keep it in mind, but I don't think this is it. No. So I'm thinking either the music box, the disc, or maybe the case. No, but like, yeah, maybe the case notes. One of those three. But like when I think examine something thoroughly, I'm thinking either this at the bottom here, or I'm also thinking the case notes. The game's training you. Every case in Great Ace Attorney 2 is as tough or tougher than this moment. Oh my goodness. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to click on this. I mean, like I was saying before, the very presence, the fact that this exists in the first place is proof that there was some weird under-the-table shit going on. But I don't think that's enough. I think that's a bit too wishy-washy. Okay, I think it's one of those three, and I'm leaning towards either the music box here. Oh, what is this? Okay, this is what we looked at before. Okay, I think I'm thinking this or the case. Let me look at the case notes really quickly. Omnibus murder, because it's maybe we'll have to go back to this in a second. This might be relevant, but maybe not right here. Like, this doesn't have much to do with. Actually, this doesn't have much at all to do with him. To do with Gregson. Okay, so I think it's either the disc or the music box. But since he said examine it thoroughly, I'm thinking the music box. Yeah, the process of elimination I'm going through right now, Trayla, is from the beginning of the absolute beginning of the trial. Okay, let's try music box. If not, there's some things I can fall back on. Let's try the music box. I think it's the clearest connection to this deal. That they have this, that this is present at all, this code.
Take that!
I think I got it. Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box council? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. Oh, I thought this was assumed knowledge. I think perhaps it would now be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Oh, we're putting it in! We're putting it in! Duh! Oh shit, we're putting it in! Okay, let's do it. The disc council. Wait, I can't let you do that! Why not? Duh, you're putting it, we're gonna play it. Well, it's got nothing to do with the case, that's why.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. We'll have to see when I'm finished the game, Patchface. We'll see how it concludes. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? Welcome in, Tatsukura. You're mad. If you let that information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection.
God, Ryu is so sick. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard... The strings! Leak confidential case details to a witness, then you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Spit. Tell him. Tell him. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Oh my god, he's so raw. Oh, what do you think about that, Van Zeeks? ... Hell yeah. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Oh, what do you... Tell him! Oh my god, this is so sick. This is so sick. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet king. Oh my god. This is so peak. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. Oh my god. Thank you for the hydrate. Screenshotting this. What a line. What a line. Oh my god, he's so raw. Hold on. There we go. Oh my god, and the music! No! Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to as this music box is set in operation once more. Oh my god, I love this game. Oh, the 360. This time with a second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, they're in deep shit now. Oh my god. Oh, banger. Listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Ay, ay, ay. Let me ask you again, Inspector Gregson. That was so amazing. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. He owns up to it. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. More information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon be very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. Yeah, Gregson screwed him over. Oh, I see. The reason he knows about the blood on McGilded's coat is because he was listening in when we were talking to Gina in jail. I see. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You were the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You... Oh, shit. Traitor! What the hell is going on? Oh my god! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Is he okay? I think he's okay, but holy shit. That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Ooh. The music? So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. I'm not doing the voice because I think he's completely, like he's completely stripped down here. Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Oh my god. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. Well, you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. Wow, the look in his eyes. Reminds me of a character in Fata Morgana, a little bit. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. You heard it here first, Offie. How's it going, Dave? So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Wow, look at this presentation. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of a second disc. Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand?" Wow. "Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." This song is amazing. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. Wow. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. So he did it. Revenge. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into the hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that, or had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. And honestly, he wouldn't have done it if he had been convicted. That's crazy. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. It could have easily been that, Tom Piet, yeah. Everything's ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Oh, okay, yeah. Some changes to the schedule, okay. Oh, crap. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again, that's right, an imposter hired by me. McGill uses his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened the witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGill inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. I guess he's dead. I guess he's dead. Wow. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc which my father had taken to exchange with McGill. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGill. So raw. This is the first of 2 discs. In the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery? Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. So you can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Wow. The origin of the line? So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now, when we first met you at Windibank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl will come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline, and he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went into Windibank's to redeem the articles. But unfortunately she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music disc with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Oh, thanks for that, gentlemen. That's interesting. And that is a lot. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast? In trying to escape the shackles of the slums, he inadvertently damned another child to those shackles. The cycle. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. Hey Dave. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. I knew it was a race against time. Hopefully the internet remains stable. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief, but then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Wow. I had no idea he had such a sentimental, emotional core for his characterization. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Oh my goodness. Oh my... Yes, I think I have. Wow. I legit got chills at that. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that we have at last arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. Damn straight, Trela. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garridib Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the courts.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Beautiful. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I wasn't sure if we come out on top for a while there. Susie was right, you're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Thank you, Soul Samurai. What are you looking at me for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Oh, perjury? Forget perjury, it's fine. You gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Mr. Winnebank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. Eh? I've never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Yeah, she was just doing a little trolling. She's a minor. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Give him a glass. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so I don't think he minds at all. If I may say something on that point, I don't think he minds about the secrets. Isn't that? It's the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? I agree, Ramuki. Oh, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. What the hell, Judge? Let her hyperfixate. Let her do her thing. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different notes? I think that's supposed to say series. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine. The courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Is that a hook for the next game? Oh yeah, it definitely is. Miss Lestrade, yeah, me lord? That which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. Yeah, Van Zeeks with the blue balls, unbelievable. An appalling experience to befall any child. The miracle never happened. Come on, it ain't nothing I didn't see in most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regards to the murder of Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Aww, look at that. Beautiful. That is all. Court is adjourned. She really came together at the end. I'm really glad with what Case 5 did with Gina's character. Hey, Dark Girl. Yeah, we just finished the... Oh, what is this? Oh? We just finished the case. I think, or the trial. I think we're just concluding the game in earnest. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, Far Eastern friend. Or my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grind to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. So shonen, so shonen. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand? What? You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. Oh shit, I just got chills. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Oh my god. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. There's another hook into the next game. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Oh my god. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Ooh, so raw. Oh, so raw. That was so shonen. I can fix him. Yeah, he literally said that. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nara Odo. You believed in me right up till the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Adorable. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. Oh, no. Why you keep getting... you gotta keep pulling out the Cosmo lines. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, Am I... Oh. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice? It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh my god. It's the goat. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of this room for an eternity. Ahaha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Ahaha, yes, it was me all along, you see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. He's very above board, or how very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being ice, cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, the bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, I love him. In some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make! As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Oh, I'm sure it exists, Ramuki. Ah, but of course I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. When I'm in a silly Billy competition and I'm up against Sherlock Sholmes, it's over. Just give up. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs, you mean like God? Whoa. Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. Thank you for the follow, Oracle. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that Bogtrotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, give it a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. The first name. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Music? Give us the music. Give us the music. Oh, okay, this works as well. I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize, but wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made other fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. It's awesome, Tompiet. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. Put the reins on him, Iris. Put the reins on him. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You are the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff, what was in lug, blah, blah, blah. I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slum, something that makes a difference for them. Aww, that's a wonderful idea, Jenny, and I'm sure you can do it. Heh. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yes? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? Thank you? On occasions such as this, she's the ultimate tsundere. I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Evangelion parallels? Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me. Oh my god. Oh my god. I actually welled up just now. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Oh my god. I think that just catapulted her into the top 5. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot I bought a paper outside. The music! It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have known it, shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. How silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Ugh, not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, this is good news indeed. Or that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. He doesn't even want to hear the bad news. I love it. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Susato? Wait, Dover? That's right. If we get to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Hello, Trish. Here he is, Herlock Sholmes in all his glory. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Oh man, I can't wait to do the tier list for this. Yeah, we're gonna start. Oh, look at this! Look at this CG. We're gonna start the second game today, I think, unless this goes on super long, but I don't think it will. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave by now. Miss Susato, where are you? Oh, look at her. Looks like she's reading something. So I have a bunch of hooks. Firstly, into the next game. Firstly, the thing that was discussed in the courtroom about the plot detail that they couldn't tell Ryu about. Second, what her and oh no wait no that was answered already, so never. So second, never mind that. Second, Van Zeke's backstory, and that's by far the most powerful thing right now. Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then, tell me, how'd Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. Oh. She did, yes, true oratorio. That's wonderful. That's really wonderful news. One of the best songs in the game. Oh my god. Let me turn that up a little for you guys. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law. You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? By the end of the second game, Tompiet, I think it might be for me. I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide that fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Sorry, I need to take off my sweater. It's a little warm in here. One sec. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. I love the CG. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. That was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. The band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun if I could take the cat flapple-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you use the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. I think I have a lot of interesting... this game is so interesting in what it does really well and just how I feel about it overall. I'm interested to see what you guys think about, like, when I give my final thoughts and what you think about some of the things I have to say. Because this scene in particular is emphasizing something I think about it, but we'll get to there in a bit. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon, though naturally without proof it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she never would have done such a thing. You were worried about that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to falsely claim to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see through beyond the door. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. Susato was just as affected by the case as Ryu was. Yeah, it seems like it. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know. I knew at the time that what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. Susie is playing 4D chess. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. God, she's so good. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had seemed to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. Sorry, I think that must have been a loud sound. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Me too, Kay. That's something that I think is unique to this game so far. It's so ingrained. It could have been louder. It's so ingrained. The mechanics of the case and the plot details and all that stuff is so ingrained and cohesive with the character writing. Graydon is the one who lied on the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Look at that smile. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that all out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, wasn't it? Or it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. Yeah, what's that about? As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being, oh yeah, readily understood, should they have been intercepted. In cipher. I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Sogi? What? That can't be a real word, can it? How funny. What? Iris, what did you just say? I just said Asogi. What the hell is happening? Does that word mean something to you, yes? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. What is happening? She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message would probably be written in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. It occurred to me there's more than one Morse code, not just English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. What the hell's going on? Are you saying... That's right, I've only seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? How is he connected to this? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first, Kei Asogi. Oh my god. Kazuma Asogi. Why was his name on that disc? The second, A. Shin. I don't recognize that name. The third, Tobias Gregson. Gregson. It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in secret government communication as well? And the last name? Is it going to be a bombshell? What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. What is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? Look at Sholmes. Look at Sholmes there in response to it. Oh my gosh. It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. Look at Sholmes. I can't believe it. Whoever would have thought that the disc contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message, subathon until you finish the second game when, unfortunately, I would love to. Unfortunately, I do have stuff to do outside of Twitch. But hey, the stream is not close to done, so we'll go on for a little while longer. Joe Mama Watson is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Well, no, it's not very likely, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine in the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a... Oops. Sorry, something just fell. Off my wall. At the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. My house is falling down because of too much peak! Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change to a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to always have you at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Nodohodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. The full-blown Susie theme. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget this, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah, oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Then I'll be waiting for you, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. My heart. Mr. Nodohodo, yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Beria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. Oh, that got to me a little bit, right when I was in the middle of reading it, and my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. I can't believe Great Ace Attorney invented anime.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Oh my god.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Oh boy. Oh, what? Ah yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? Peak Fiction, Kino. I have some rather awkward news. Thank you for the 100 bits, Baynord. I'll read that when this sequence is done. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train. Oh my god. I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh man. I'm so glad, Trish. I hope you enjoy it whenever you get to it. Huh? It's caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. All according to Miss Susato. You love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do anything so outrageous, see? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Here we go. It's gonna be the classic end of Ace Attorney line. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say...
Objection!
What is this? This song? Oh my god. Oh, what a game. Sorry, let me just quickly see, Oh, in the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived from Baker Street. Oh no, something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work, pays a pittance by comparison. King. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement, for some dry toast is an insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Well, Tom Piet, I didn't know if it continued into Great Ace Attorney. There are lots of things that are different in Great Ace Attorney. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Ouchie, the king. Exactly, rarely do Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know, son knows his father is an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar? The courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. The first judge. The Chad judge. Oh, my dude, I had forgotten about him. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket! King, a man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. I like Hosonaga a lot. I like Soseki a lot as well. Sorry, Baynord, I promise I'm going to get to your message once this is done. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard. Crap, I missed it. I dream of a world government by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Thank you for the resub. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Thank you so much for the resub, Tatsukura. Congrats on finishing. I can't tell you how excited I am to see you go through the second game. It's one of my top fiction ever. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Great Ace Attorney Mondays are not changing anytime soon. The latest Rants magazine is out. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. We're doing a tier list and then starting the second game. Glug, glug, glug. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Why is Gregson not in jail, though? Ace Attorney stuff. Thank you again, Tatsukura. I thought he was going to be reprimanded anyway, though. Been visiting, must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the Dicky Peg. Managing rather well with housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hoping that gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Yeah, Dicky Peg, I don't know. Beats me. Thank you, Tatsukura. Towards Phantom Troop? Oh, these two! My rolly's back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped halfpennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, sure, I will, MK. For sure. Oh, Pat, oh, Rolly. What a cast. Awesome cast. I don't think there are any duds, except the maid. Looks like I'm going to be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She always going out on about them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Yeah, Joan is the only bad character, I think. Yeah, Pat Rowley, yep. Ah, Graydon the King. I renounce my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets, please. Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right? The Three Muskawutsits. Milking the neighborhoods for all it's worth. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Okay, cool, Tatsukura. I won't do the ones labeled as spoilers. Beautiful. I love it. Pretty sure he gets hanged for treason? I hope not. The past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. We're going to start the second game in a bit, Sarah. Also, hello, Sarah. We're just finishing up the game here. These are the credits. Thank goodness I didn't do this at all. Oh my god. Did I get it? I think I got it. I got it, yep. What is this? What is going on? Okay. I don't know what escapades are, Tompia. I don't know what that is. I never look at achievements, Halox, no worries. But thank you. Look at this. Ouchie. There's side stories that aren't relevant to the main story. I don't think I want to do them right now. I'm kind of full of momentum and want to get right into the second game. Okay, so this game... this game was wonderful. I think it's a good time to talk about my overall thoughts. I had, you guys know this if you've been keeping up with my playthrough, but I have had an amazing time. I've had a thoroughly amazing time with it. You guys have contributed to it as well, of course, so thank you for that. I hope you've enjoyed watching it, because just top to bottom, the localization is one of the best I've ever seen. The music is one of the best I've ever heard. The cast is immediately interesting and substantial and really, really good. The cases, even the ones that aren't as amazing, are very fun to solve, and I found myself very engaged the entire way through. The character work is a step up, I think, from the beginning, from the original Ace Attorney. There isn't a character as good as Godot, for example, yet, but the overall quality, I think, is just oh, Kazuma leaving him, oh no, is a bit of a step up. And I would imagine that there will be multiple characters with the potential of being better than Godot by the end of the series. I'm quite confident that that's going to be the case. Honestly, I already like Ryu better than Phoenix. Now, do I like him better than Phoenix, but he's not written as well as Phoenix just yet, but I like him better. How do you currently compare Godot to Van Zieks? Godot's a bit of a step up, but Van Zieks, like I said, has the potential. The characters I think that have the potential to be as good as Godot are Sholmes, Van Zieks, Ryu. Those are the main three I think of. Yeah. And so in comparing this game to the Ace Attorney games I've already played, I'd say it's better than the first two. I don't think it's quite better than the third, but I liked it better than the first two. This whole game is essentially McGilded's base, by the way. Great antagonist. This whole game is essentially the chronicling of the foundation being laid for the professional career of Ryu. And it's done so well. Slowly but surely, the gradual development, Susato behind him, and these credits are beautiful, by the way. This is so beautiful. This is crazy how good this is. Yeah, what a great cast. Like I said, top to bottom, only one dud, and that's her right there. Anyone else is C tier or above. Anyone else is at the very least fine, okay. Soseki. And like I've been talking about, I really love how these games, Iris Queen, how these games really delve into the setting. There's such a focus on the setting and what's going on in the world at this time, and lots of cultural things and details that I really, really enjoy. Van Zieks, the ultimate prosecutor. Oh, these guys. Oh. And yeah, I think that's essentially all my impressions of it. It was an awesome game. However, I do think it's not perfect. Gina. Graydon before. Graydon is definitely in the upper echelon of characters in this game. I don't think the game is perfect, and I do think it can be a bit too long-winded. I do think it can be a bit too expository, and as you know, this happened, this happened, this happened. The first case in particular didn't need to be as long as it had to be, but it was a tutorial, so I guess that's fair. My main problem with the game, I think the main flaw is that it just isn't as tight as it could be. And I was seeing that at the end there. There was some beautifully emotional stuff at the end. Look at this beautiful family. There was some really nice emotional stuff at the end there that I loved. But it was also like, I didn't feel like they needed to go over every detail of how everything went along, you know? The huge exposition dump at the end of everything. Like, I felt like a lot of that was established enough. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Does someone have a link to that? Because I only got it faded. That was very evil. Look at this new Ace Attorney Chronicles, the new title screen. So anyways, let's not talk too much about the second game just yet, because we haven't started just yet, and like, letting me know what you think about it and all that stuff is all obviously totally fine, but I don't want to delve too much into it, because you guys aren't doing it. But I notice when we do that, of what to expect for upcoming things, we do delve a bit more into spoiler territory for things I'd rather not know. But yeah, I do think this game has some pacing issues. I do think it's a bit too drawn out, a bit too bloated. But that's my only real problem with it. Everything else is awesome. Is totally awesome. It's totally great. Okay, so what is this? Voice lines or something I should see? Special contents? Gallery. So where do I go for this? Are you guys sure that the voice lines don't have spoilers? Are you guys sure? Just double checking. I am sure? Okay. If you're sure. Okay, if you're sure. Not gallery? Okay, I won't go to the gallery. I'll go just to the auditorium. Oh, I read them. I read them, Baynor, sorry. I read them silently. Yeah, it's crazy. Umineko is crazy extensive. I forgot to respond, though, so my bad. Umineko is crazy extensive. Like, you have essentially finished 2 video games, the length of 2 video games at this point. Hefty video games, too. And you still have half of it to go. Yeah, it feels like a series finale, and you have so much to go. I hope you continue to enjoy. Episode 4 has a special place in my heart, Baynor, and I hope by the end it does in yours too, but either way, I hope you continue to enjoy the series. It is super special. And Episode 4 is a bit of a turning point. Okay, Auditorium Save, Gallery isn't. Thank you, Mr. Wolfos. Thank you, Mr. Wolfos, for the 9 months of support. Thank you so much. Please let us know if you want that to go towards a goal. And it will go towards a goal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your support. And yeah, thank you. I did not Adiro. Okay. So where do I go here? Thank you, Tatsukura. Thank you so much. Oh, beautiful. Oh, it's so beautiful. I have 3 screenshots ready for my I beat the game tweet. See ya, Santi. Voice recitals? Okay. Oh, instrumentals is just the OST? Okay.
Objection! Hold it! I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is.
Never heard that before. Go towards Gus Fring? Okay. OSTs that were almost used? Okay.
Your testimony completely contradicts the facts.
That's very cute.
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
They really just voiced literal lines, eh?
I will become a lawyer. I have to.
Yeah, these are... I do remember these are lines that he's actually said. Susato?
Hold it! Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time.
Wow.
It really is a dream come true.
I really like her voice.
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves, if we have to.
Beautiful.
Prepare for a Susato takedown!
Queen. Oh, here we go. The king.
Objection! Objection! Now, let us engage in the art of deduction. Mr. Naruhodo. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Hold on. I want to make Herlock's objection. Can someone please clip this? Or I could just make a mental note of the time. Okay, 2 hours, 34 minutes. I want to make Herlock's objection an alert. And right now it's Van Zeek's, but it kind of scares me sometimes. So I'll make it Herlock's. Volume up.
Objection! Objection!
There we go. How does Van Zeek scare you? The alert scares me. It's very loud. Thank you for the follow, CL7.
It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close.
That's a good one, too.
Yes, my mind is quite made up now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
King. Iris?
Objection! It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. The tea's brewed, and I have some freshly baked biscuits as well. Look! I used this! It's my latest invention!
I really like her voice. It sounds a little familiar to me.
Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular!
Ooh, I have to name my top 5 Ace Attorney characters in all the games. Godot? That's who I'm thinking it might be. Tatsukura. Tatsuru / Fiora from Xenoblade. It sounds a lot like her to me. Top 5 Ace Attorney characters in all games. Okay, right now, Godot, Edgeworth, Phoenix, Herlock, and Ryu.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Oh. Oh.
Objection!
Oh, he's so cool.
I have faith in you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, as a lawyer and as a friend.
So formal. He said the full name.
I'm determined to bring about change in our legal system.
Oh my god, he's so based.
A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go, and cuts down anything that's in my way. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
R.I.P. my king. And last, this has to be Van Zeek's, right? Yep.
Objection!
So that's the one. That's the alert I currently have. If someone were to donate 500 bits or more right now, you'd hear that, and it's very loud. Maybe I should just change the volume. The
quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
Yo, what? That was so raw.
The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
I love hearing Estinian through this.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, Kay. I'm interested in checking out the escapades, but not right now.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such.
Don't act like you're not his biggest fan, you loser.
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Amazing. Oh, so we have all the, so this is what people were talking about, the explanations for all the music. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm not going to go through all of them, but I want to... I'm not going to go through all of them, but I want to see for some of my favorites. Peak Fiction, Kino. Oh boy. Great ship, Bayanora. Thank you for the 100 bits. Very good ship, I do agree. Careful here? Oh. Okay. So should I not? Don't scroll too far down? Okay, you know what? I'll stay away from this for now then. I'll do this when I'm finished the second game. Oh wait, but I do want to see... Is it this one? This one's so beautiful. Game 2's only on the second page. This piece is an expression of Susato's warmth and ladylike air with a hint of fight thrown in. It was composed deliberately, step by step, with both Mr. Takumi and Mr. Kitagawa, making it one of the most carefully thought out themes in the game. It shows, it's so beautiful. Oh, that's interesting. He had a competition for the Susato theme. I'll listen to all these on my own time. Okay. So I'm looking at... Oh. Something elegant but emotional, but also elegant, was the request. This piece tries to capture Kazuma's inner strength and movingly gallant character. If you listen carefully, you may even feel the keen edge of Karuma, perhaps. Ooh. It's an amazing theme. It is so Kazuma. What's this one? Oh, okay. This one's great. Iris Wilson. I do love Iris's theme. It had to have a steampunk feel. I was concerned of how to achieve that with a principally orchestrated piece. It's an amazing theme. And there's, like I've said before, there's a lot of emotion in this as well when it gets to a certain part. Like starting here, there's some emotion there in the strings. I'll wait until it gets to the part I'm thinking of. Me too, Tompiet. Right here. There's a lot of emotion here, I think. It's very melancholic. Or maybe sentimental's the better word. I really like Iris's theme. Okay. Strongheart, Gina, Adjudication. Okay. Message display. There's one I'm looking for, but I can't find it. They don't have all of them, I guess. Maybe you get them as you unlock? I don't know, maybe. It's okay. It's fine. Special? Can I click these specials? I can click them? Okay.
Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes's great deductions with my own eyes. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. It's quite true. I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his art firsthand. It really is a dream come true.
Why does this sound like it's for porn? It doesn't. Not every exclamation sound is automatically porn.
You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be, Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Runo?
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you.
How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
Cute.
You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. God damn, Kazuma.
Those eyes of yours, young Nipponese, they shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the lies and deception. Oh, it's so intense. Almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
God damn. Holy shit. That could be... I mean, it's very primal. Let's put it that way. Okay. Alright. How do I do this so I can do the tier list? I missed one? Oh, do I have to do all of them? Oh, I missed two, okay.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
Miss Susato, I'd hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Thanks, Nora. We're doing the tier list and we're starting the next game as well. Okay, how do I do this? This song will keep playing. Hey, Kaine. You did make it just in time for the tier list, Weaver. How's it going? Okay, window capture. Okay, here's how I'll do it. Oh, whoops. Okay, we got it. We got it ready. We got SS, S, A, B, C, D, and I know you guys can't see it. I'll show you in a second. Okay. Okay, you know what? I'll close the game for a second. I'll have to close the game here. 1 second. Just to do it so I can show you guys. So we'll close this here. We will do window capture for the tier list. Boom. Boom. This will go here for now. They don't want you to leave. I have it ready as right here. Oh, thank you for the follow. Of course, OFC Kaine, a second Kaine. Thank you for the follow. Okay. And I need music. We need a touch of music, and of course it's going to be Great Ace Attorney music. Bro, what? There's a second Kaine. Okay, we will do. Perfect. Peak. Okay. Here, I'll take off my camera so you guys can see the actual, or I'll move it for just for this segment. Okay. Let's start with Gina. No, let's not start with Gina, because I don't really know. Gregson is a B. The only D is Joan. And you guys already know. I'm just going all over the place. This guy's fine. He can be C. Characters that are just, they do their job, not too much more, they probably go in C. So, like, this guy goes in C. He goes in C, I think. These guys are a bit better than that. Cat can go top of C. SS stands for Sherlock. Absolutely. You guys know me. I can feel just about confident enough to put him in double S. Ouchie, honestly, for the generational stuff, I'll put him bottom of B. Judge is cool. McGilded, I'm putting in A. This guy's fine, he can go in C. This is Ouchie slander. B is a good tier. Susato, bottom of S, but still an S. Now these two I like a lot. They'll be in B. Soseki? Strongheart. Strongheart is... Honestly, Strongheart hasn't got a ton of stuff to do yet, so I think he's B, but with lots of upward potential. Strongheart is, like, top of B. These two can be in B. A little high for Great Ace Attorney 1 Strongheart. Not for me. He does quite a bit more than stand there. He can be in B as well. I like him quite a bit. Which Skulkin brother do you prefer? I don't know. Iris, A. Judge, B. Soseki. Yeah, Strongheart has a really strong presence, he really works as a great representation of this current Imperial British rule and the strong arm of the law, you know? Without him as this symbolic figure, I think you need a figurehead, and I think he works really well as it. And that's fine. It doesn't make him much more than B. But as for right now, I think he deserves it for sure. He's fine. Windabank's fine. Gina. I think she goes in S. Right, she snuck in right at the end. I don't know where Soseki goes. I think I'll put him... I think I'll put him top of B. And we hardly saw Susie's dad, but I think I want to put him in B. No, obviously there's a difference. It's more or less ranked. Like Soseki's a better character than Ouchi, but I think I'll put them all in B. Ryu. I think I might have to add a tier. Oh, she was great. I forget her name. She was good. I liked her a lot. What's her name? I forget it. Giselle Brett. Right. She was really good. She was good too. And go here. Wilson? For the plot relevance and intrigue, I'm gonna put him right at the bottom of... Or should he? He's dead the whole time. I'll put him in C. Okay, and we're getting to the heavy hitters here. Ooh, is Kazuma A or S? Same can be said about Kazuma? Well, I mean, no, it can't. Kazuma's very clearly has more emphasis on him, and he's in a chapter, which is like 5 hours, and much more is established for Kazuma's characterization, and we go back to him constantly throughout the game, constantly improving his character through this post-mortem writing material, you know? Compare that to John H. Wilson. He's dead, but the only thing that's really interesting about him is his relevance in the plot. Kazuma is so much more than that. I think, yeah. I think this may be just me being a fanboy, but I think I'm putting him in bottom of S. This is a bit imbalanced, but that's okay. Okay, you know what we're doing? We're doing this. S+, because Herlock is my favorite character in the game right now. And Ryu and Van Zieks are a touch below him, but they're definitely above the other S characters. How you feel about McGilded's death now that it's clear that he dies? I think they could have done more with this character, but it's interesting. I don't know yet. I think I'll have to think about it more because I just got the revelation. I think they could have done more with this character, but I think the character we have is still A tier, very strong. So I'm not too upset about it. Kazuma Kamina, ooh. Graydon, he leveled up right at the end. And then here we have... That's what we got. That's what we got, folks. I've always struggled to see what everyone sees in Herlock. I like him a lot, but he's universally everyone's favorite. Not universally. Because he's not yours. Yes, I'm no longer coping. I know McGilded's alive. Or sorry, dead. Dead. I don't count. Yes, you do. And there are other people. I think there's one or two people in chat who don't have him as... who don't love him that much. Hey, Nick. How's it going? There you go, Tatsukura. Say one nice thing about Graydon. The way it all came together in that final sort of exposition dump, but good exposition dump, added an emotional element to his character that I really wasn't expecting, and that really has struck me. Like, really, I think he's probably lower than Kazuma, but he's still S tier. I didn't expect to have emotional attachment to him, but I do, and I think it's really indicative of the setting, indicative of a lot of little world-building details, and it's just emotional and striking. And I love how at the end he comes together with the Skulkin brothers too. Say one nice thing about the maid, the animation where she slaps her own cheek. I like it. Oops. Are you going to rate the game on backlogged? Sure. Sure. Let's rate a game on backlogged. One sec. Where is it? There we go. I think they already look like Moon and Sun, Jamun. Oops. This song makes me weep. You guys know this. I can't handle it. It's got a 4.1, eh? Hey, it's Offie. I think this is Offie. I'm struggling because it's like the strong. I think it's like a really strong 8. Do I bump it up to 9? Like it's the score I would give it is a very, very strong 8. So do I just give it the 4.5 stars? I guess. Whoa, Critty, how's it going? I'd say 8. Yeah, but this is I'm just thinking out loud. This is my score. Like, oh, sorry. You mean put it to a 4? You mean do a 4-star? I don't know. I'm always conflicted about whether I should bump it up or not when it's a really strong 8. You know. I do like it better than the second Ace Attorney game, which I gave a 4-star. So, I'll do that. 4.5 stars would be a definitive 9, no? Yeah, but 4 stars would be a definitive 8, and it's not, you know? That's not how I rank. I'm streaming it starting today, M. Forbes. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then we're gonna get into it. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna do... I think I'm gonna do this, 4.5. And I'm not playing anymore. We played it. Now we're playing this. Great Ace Attorney. I prefer giving strong ratings instead of weak ratings. It depends for me. Everyone ranks differently. Ooh, look at this score. Look at that. Yeah, Halox, I just rate different than you. It's a very case-by-case basis. Everyone ranks different. That's why I was a bit hesitant to rank it on backlogged, because of these sorts of conversations. Okay, but I'm playing this now. Let's check out my current playing. Here. Boom. There we go. These are all my current playing. This one's been on hold for like years. All right. Is Xenoblade Chronicles 1 rated 5? Yes, absolutely. This is my top 5 right now. Okay. Let's start the next game, shall we? Let's bring it here. Boom. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Great Ace Attorney. So, just so you guys know, I'm not going to play it for a long time. It might just be a little while, just so you know. But I'm at least going to start it. Twilight Princess is my favorite Legend of Zelda game to this day. Me too, and it honestly isn't very close. I love Majora's Mask, I love Breath of the Wild. I think they're borderline masterpieces. But to me, Twilight Princess is just king. Yes, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Just 1 second. There we are. Okay. And now let me change the title. First time playing Great Ace Attorney. What's this one called? Resolve? Resolve. Thank you, NG Plus, for the 4-month resub. Thank you so much. Okay, cool. So that's the new title. That's what it should look like. Perfect. Thank you, NG, again. Let one of the mods know if you want that to go towards something, and I will be right back. I'm just gonna quickly go to the bathroom and we'll get this started. Yeah. BRB. Hello. The first 5 hours of Twilight Princess is what keeps it from being one of my favorites. Love many of the ideas. That's interesting. Because to me, the first 5 hours of Twilight Princess is what makes it... is a big part of what makes it my favorite. I am back. Okay, let's go. Controller. Okay. I guess select adventure? Oh, do I just continue? How do I do this? Continue? No. No. Okay. There's not too much I can do with that. Switch to resolve. Select adventure. Okay. Oh, selected adventure. Oh, I see. I see. So this, right? No before this? Before this. There's nothing I can do. Okay. Oh, okay, gotcha. I gotcha. Okay, we got there in the end. What is this music? I have no clue, gentlemen. I have no idea. I don't think there's much evidence for an answer either way. This is beautiful. Okay, let's do it. Welcome in, home stage. Oh.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime?
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Whoa! Get him, Queen. Oh!
So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Wow, that's so cool. I was wondering if that was her dad too. Giselle was such a cool character. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. Here I am again after 9 months, the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. I'm glad he's okay. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, as those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me? Wow. We're getting new characters off the bat. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Yes. That's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's complete fabrication, the whole thing. Rei Membami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Oh. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. It's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Okay, so is she... Okay, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry, and when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. I guess okay. She hasn't realized who I am. Ha ha ha. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? Even if even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Oh, she is awakened. Disguise? Yes, I never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? Oh boy. She has learned something about herself today. What is that? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? The varsity uniform, the varsity cap, the varsity cape, the varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student. I want to see this design right now. I'm glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? I like Ray too. I like Ray so far as well. And it's just been 2 minutes. Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense. Susato's design was a big part of the marketing, so it's rare that you get to see it blind. Beautiful. Yeah, I have never seen it. Never before in my life have I been so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door. So that I can act as your lawyer. It's crazy that the way she frames this, because of the times, is I curse the fact that I was born a woman. Like, never before have I felt so helpless and wished I was born a man. Instead of the state of the world, right? Instead of cursing the state of the world. Unbelievable. You go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. No, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Exactly, Oracle. Ray. Please don't look at me like that with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Oh, for sure, Kay. For sure. I'm rewatching Mad Men right now, and that sort of thing's all over Mad Men as well. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. They were greatest friends. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom as once. True, Rei is like Ryu, and Susato is like Kazuma. I love it. You should go in at once, Rei. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh, stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way, that's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Rei doesn't know how it came to this. Yes, quite right, I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? My staunch Ryu Sato stance is struggling. Oh, to me, they've never been. I've never looked at that as romantic. Personally. Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. Yeah, the age was a big part of it for me as well. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. All right. I think I got a glimpse. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Rei Membami. Holy shit. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Dashing indeed. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready? Yes, counsel. Tell him, Queen. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Sorry? Yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. She definitely has Ryu's shifty eyes. That's so cute. That's adorable. So I'm afraid I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me. I mean... Yes, I am Ryutaro, who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Offie, we saw your review earlier on Backlogged. it seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. I love the design. I love the lavender, the purple. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be... You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin! That's right, Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but he was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them! What a pitiful situation. This is adorable. True, Trayla. That's very true. I like that a lot as well. Yeah, Aochi's trauma is big-time reawakened. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. Shitty boy. How dare you? Susato is... Oh dear, oh dear. Every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. Thank you for putting that aside so quickly. Thank you so much, Soul Samurai, for gifting a sub to WeWere. Thank you so much, Soul Samurai. I appreciate it. I think that's 2 today. Thank you so much. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. It seems they are. Alright, Queen, let's do it. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. I am dying to know how. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me. No worries, Offie. This stream is not going to be as long as most tend to be, just because we had the huge emotional climax of the end of the game, but I did want to start this game. But I have been enjoying thoroughly, and I hope you enjoy the VOD. Phantom Troop video again? Perfect. I think it's kind of sweet that this game begins with Susie having to experience what Ryu always had to endure in the first game. Yeah, like, she supported him beautifully, but she's never been in his position, so now she can really feel what he feels. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of the law, he passed the test with flying colors. Oh, no pressure. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. Oh dear. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Alright, time to prove myself. I love how she's embodying Ryu. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim. I don't know. That is simple, I couldn't forget that if I tried. I don't think I know, though. Ah. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank! It's not surprising, really. It is tradition, okay? It's your first time in this position and in that guise. I like the creativity in how they make tutorial cases in Ace Attorney, but this might be my favorite. I really like it. My favorite up until this point, I think, was Trials and Tribulations Case 1. With Mia, that was so good. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You will need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Yeah, okay. Tutorial stuff. Oh yeah, Giselle. Oh duh, I knew that. Whoops. I forgot. The big twist I gasped at. Pupil constriction, stab wound from behind. Okay. 11th August at 2 p.m. Okay. I'm waiting counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? Great options. Giselle Brett.
Yes!
Interesting, Propankist. I think I'm glad that they changed it up. Seeing the name Brett this early in this context is fantastic. Yeah, I like it a lot. Oh, there was no penalty for wrong answers? That's good, because I wish I answered those now. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our Empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own Empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Welcome back, Nora. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria, obviously. Obviously not. The Queen of England, studying overseas. I thought it sounded a little odd. Leave me out of this. I'm sure you know the details of the case in question from 9 months ago. Oh, okay. Then what on earth was that absurd answer you just gave? No more absurdity, please, counsel. You will amend your answer. Yes, of course, Your Excellency. Did they have to call my answer absurd? A killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. It's still Queen Victoria. The culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And Kazuma. I love her design. It exposed a despicable crime committed by Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our Empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. This is very in-depth in terms of the world-building stuff. The date of her transfer was settled upon only last week. It took 9 months? All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely aboard a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before. New crowd voice, interesting. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. I assume there must have been Nora. I'm not sure. But I assume they probably did research. Thank you, Your Excellency, over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. As is your wish, Your Excellency. Yeah, no female voices in the Japanese court. True, Ramuki. Yeah, that's a cool detail. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight, 2 p.m. Ooh, beautiful. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, yeah, there were definitely female voices in England. Under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. Umineko reference on the left there. Can't believe Umineko invented sequels. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. There were 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Ms. Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when you consider that she had a powerful motive. When the seagulls cried, Giselle Brett was not left alive. Beautiful. The police arrived rapidly at the scene, and promptly arrested the young lady. That's the epitaph. The game was made on a relatively low budget, which I believe was because of Great Ace Attorney 1's low sales, resulting in some cut corners. That's too bad. Hopefully they aren't too noticeable. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... I want to know the motive, actually, first. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Both the American and British had strong influence around Shanghai, so it makes sense that there would be a consular court there. Cool. Thank you, Riley. I have no historical context. I am big dumb. So these little details are always really nice to know. This remake doesn't seem to cut too many corners. It's very enjoyable. I'm sure I'll enjoy it regardless. But yeah, hopefully it isn't too obvious. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that the defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh. I didn't notice anything in terms of cut quality. That's good. That's good to hear. I was studying under John H. Wilson. Oh, Dr. Wilson. The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. Oh dear. Okay, there's the motive that they were going to say is there. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done, a powerful hatred. Uh-oh. Ray, be careful of what you're saying. The motive was revenge, plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. Oh, okay. Membami-san. Yes, what is it, Susa? She's cute. Naruhodo-san? I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut, you and no one else. The truth is, there was only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. Hey, Wolfman. How's it going? That would be wonderful, Pro Pinkist. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No, because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. I mentioned before that I'm, in the new year, in 2023, I'm doing my top 100 fiction, antagonist, protagonist list. And I need to wait until I finish some things like Chainsaw Man, anime, Shadowbringers ideally, for Final Fantasy XIV, a couple other things. This is another one. I want to finish Great Ace Attorney before I do that list. More like Ray keeps flubbing her name? Yeah. It's kind of adorable, but yeah. Kindly refrain from conjecture, Counsel. Is she anxious about having Ryu's last name? Who's to say? The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that, but for now at least we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. This is really terrifying, but Father's right, we need more information. Alright. Last one. The bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie, her mannerisms being the same as Ryu is so good. I wonder, could you explain please? You mentioned a bathing spot. My apologies, clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trends in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry. Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems like we don't have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Oh my god. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said, don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai, you can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Yes, we finished the first game, Wolfman. It was great. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Whoa. Thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. Is that true? The court will accept this photo as evidence. As I understand then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. A locked room, you might say. This is deeply disturbing, troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, we confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses, but who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. Okay. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment. Alright, dude, chill out. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Ouchie and Spandam, I gotta say. Ah, Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What, yes? This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten. You become conceited with age, Counsel. Oh, this was his voice line. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. King! God, he's so cool. Get him, Kazuma. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut. And the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. Alright, dude. I thought Kazuma would straight up murder Ouchie. It is a whole new Ace Attorney game. The man really did that from across the court. He sent a shockwave. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Counsel? Silence. Since I swore revenge back then, there's been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Ouchie growth. You see this seed of hope sprouting forth. This is ridiculous. From the barren expanse of my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope? Oh God. Don't do it, Ray. I said silence! Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Man with no hope loses last additional bit of hope he didn't know he had. Look at these fresh faces. Oh, I didn't know that, Citrica. Yeah, that it wasn't mentioned. Thank you. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. Beautiful. I love the turtle. And I am, well, the next big thing in books, an author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Beautiful, he's thriving, soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume. Oh my goodness! Struggling student from the provinces, please, you needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax, call me Soseki even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I would certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so since I've last seen him. Yeah, Soseki was the real author, yeah. And a lot of the things he says are references to his actual works. As for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Yeah, she's not even worried about Hosonaga. Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping, you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. I suppose it's this disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony, God. How is he the best? Oh yeah, this is a period-accurate swimsuit. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Hey, Hala. I'm glad. I can't wait. I can't wait to dig into this sequel. Hope you're doing well. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University. Oh, that's hilarious, Propinkist. After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact. With my father? With Professor Mikotoba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snap shots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. He didn't seem to be suffering too much. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Okay. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. Welcome back, Offie. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance, and the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Poor guy. But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. You sure? You sure, dude? It's fine so far, Offie. Not a ton has happened, and we're not going to dig super deep into it before we end. But I love seeing Susato in this role. I love the structure of it. Like, I love where it could go with this. I think it's good to go back to Japan and see what's going on there. And I like Rei. I like Rei a lot. Oh my, Inspector, you do have something on your face now. How unsightly, I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Rei was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But only if I had, I would have never seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. Okay, witness testimony. Sorry. Okay. The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran to the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. Okay. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. I don't think that's true. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it, the very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. You can't see it because I'm covering it, but that's a pen. What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Ah, goodness me. Oh, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membani. The initials of the defendant. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hosonaga is so off the wall, Weaver. I really like him. So, have I omitted anything? Any thoughts on this case's victim? I'm sad that she's dead, because she was a good character. She was good. But it would be cool if maybe this case further characterized her. That would be cool. Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. It's been a rebirth. You may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes. Me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single one. Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witness's testimony to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Alright. Well, there was a contradiction right away. Okay, so this is not true. She was stabbed one time. Single wound.
Objection!
I love the objection. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep within me, I think I can finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, the strings. Those plucks. This is her theme. Oh, I love it. Oh, it's beautiful. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Wow, that's so Susato. Not you, Sosuke-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. Me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What's cooking indeed? Peak? Peak soundtrack? What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Oh, it just cut it off. In other words, Inspector Hosonaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Ooh. Ooh. Ah! And Sosuke-san. Me? You claim to have seen Memba-mi-san in the throes of stabbing the victim? Yes, I did. Wildly. But both you and the inspector have confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and... Ooh. Ooh, right there. What a theme. It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True. Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There is only one logical conclusion. What Sosuke-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be. I love this song. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them without objection and proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
The classic. Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Tell him! Tell him! Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing in multiple wounds makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. While the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Ah! All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to moments of extravagance. Which we knew already. Beautiful music. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is as innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull the knife? Ah yes, going for the jugular. What does Father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, Counsel. The truth is I don't really know, but I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life. I think that could work. That's the only one that doesn't implicate her. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought that she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Get out of here. Ugh, is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? That's me all the time, antagonist, playing this game. Your Excellency, if I may? Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. But, I mean, she could have easily just not known that. That's basic knowledge that any medical research student... Oh, okay. With an ounce of sense ought to know. Okay. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man that the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. The turtle is undefeated. Is what you said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, the stopper should not be removed. Oh, I see. That's why Yokel should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Okay. Odd. Well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled the blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware. If she were to claim ignorance of such a fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... No! You gotta believe in her! Susato. Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea that it would be this hard. All right. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to end it here, right before the cross-examination. I'm going to have to get my brain into gear before next stream, but I think this is a good place to end it for today. We got a decent amount into this. We've made some headway into the trial. And next stream, I aspire to finish it. Who's your favorite judge? My favorite judge is Uji from the original Ace Attorney. Yeah, it's a strong 8, Offie. But I gave it the nudge for a 4.5. Yes, so So guys, with Christmas coming up and things and the holidays and stuff, the schedule for this may be altered somewhat because Christmas Day is Sunday, which I usually stream on, but I've got to move that because I'm busy. So I might move that to Monday, and for next week, Ace Attorney might be on Wednesday instead. We'll have to see. But stay tuned to my Discord where I'll confirm exactly what I'm doing once I know. So the schedule will be a little bit different in the next week to 2 weeks or so. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me today. On on Wednesday we will have the Haikyuu discussions as always. Friday, Hunter x Hunter and One Piece. One Piece probably. And then yeah, Monday probably the usual Sunday stuff, and this stuff may be shifted to next Wednesday. Thank you guys so much for joining me. If I don't see you guys, and if you celebrate the holidays, have a Merry Christmas, and if you don't celebrate, have a wonderful week ahead. And I'll see some other of you guys on in further streams. Thank you guys so much. I enjoyed this. You guys know how much I enjoy this series. Let's quickly try to raid someone. Let's give Hannah a little raid. She is playing through Crisis Core. See you guys, and yeah, say hi to Hannah. I appreciate that, Nora. I look forward to them too.